live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the July 2nd Post-Canada Day Development Services Committee meeting, and I hope everybody had a good Canada Day and had their elbows up. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. First of all, a couple of housekeeping matters. Please be sure to silence your cell phones when you're in the chambers, and members of the public when you're speaking at the podium, and council members before addressing the committee. Please take time to adjust your microphones so you're speaking clearly and directly into the microphone. The township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Ottawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the William Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together in a shared spirit, shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. May we have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Bard. It is recommended that the agenda for the Development Services Committee meeting of Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025 be received and approved.
All those in favor? The motion is carried. We are just, Councillor Clark is indisposed at the moment, so we will proceed as we do have quorum. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Schell, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy. I have three. Conflict of interest with item 6F, the Beard Farm Supply. I do business with that family. And item 5B, closed session regarding STRs. I own and operate a short-term rental establishment. And item 4B in relation to item 6B of the DSC meeting.
6B, the DSC meeting. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to the approval of the minutes. May we have the motion to approve the draft minutes of the previous Development Services Committee meeting, please?
Moved by Schell, seconded by Hutchison. It is recommended that the draft minutes of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 be received and approved as printed and circulated.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions, or amendments for the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of the minutes? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Okay, with that, we will proceed to the first of two public meetings. Prior to that, I'll read the process by which we will follow for both the meetings and the hearings. So I'll summarize the procedure that'll be utilized for these. Each application will be considered separately. Staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the application, provide any relevant information, and note any correspondence that has been received to date, and advise of any statement received from the applicant or if the applicant intends to make a presentation. If so, the applicant will be given the opportunity to make a brief presentation. After the presentation, any members of the public who have been registered to provide comment who are in chambers will be given the opportunity to speak to the application being considered. The Deputy Clerk will advise of those who have registered, and finally, staff will confirm if any further correspondence has been received during the public hearing or meeting. There'll be a separate statement read before each public meeting and hearing. With that, we will carry on to item 5A of the agenda. It is application number 2025 ZBA-22. The applicant is Mark Litwin, and the municipal address is 869 Woodlands Drive. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the zoning bylaw application 2025 ZBA-22 submitted by Mark Litwin on lands municipally known as 869 Woodlands Drive. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of the public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the zoning bylaw amendment application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been communication received on this matter?
Correspondence has been received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division, June 9, Operations Division, June 10, Enbridge Gas, June 12th, and Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, June 13, 2025.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to George Vadaboncourt, Manager of Planning Special Projects, who will explain the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Vadaboncourt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, members of Development Services Committee. The applicant does have an agent that is going to speak to the purpose and effect of the proposed application. I'm just going to provide some introductory comments and then turn it over to Ms. Cutts, who is the agent for the applicant. So, public notice of tonight's meeting was issued on June 11th in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. Next slide, please. Just a couple of pictures. The images on the left show Woodland Drive looking south and then Woodland Drive looking north. And the image on the right is the notice of the sign being posted. Next slide, please. The image on the left is the picture of the entrance to the property, and you can see it's well screened, mature vegetation on either side of the entrance. Just inside the entrance, the image on the right shows a small shed and a parking spot just inside the property line. Next slide, please. The image on the left on this slide shows a vacant parcel of land, and it's believed that's where the new accessory building is proposed to be located, and the image on the right is the driveway leading to the single-family dwelling. Mr. Chair, that concludes my introductory comments, and I'd like to turn it over to the planning consultant agent to provide her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step up to the microphone and state your name and proceed with your presentation.
Good evening, I'm Michelle Cutts from Rudy & Associates, and I'm representing the owner of the property, Mark Litwin, who's also here this evening. Do I have the ability to flip slides or just request? Okay. Just request? Okay, great, thank you. The subject property, known municipally as 869 Woodland Drive, currently houses a single-family detached dwelling with private services, well, and septic. The site has approximately 36 meters of frontage along Woodland Drive, and it's about 0.65 acres in size. The lands are bound by Lake Simcoe to the north, Woodland Drive to the south, and existing lakefront residential on both sides, to the east and west. Next slide, please. Thank you. With regards to the planning documents, the lands are designated shoreline in the Township of Oro-Medonte official plan, and the shoreline designation does permit single detached dwellings as well as accessory uses. The lands are zoned shoreline residential exception 2 in the zoning bylaw, and the SR2 zone also permits single detached dwellings as well as accessory uses. The lands are partially located within the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. The regulated area begins, you can see in the diagram, approximately 30 meters back from the front lot line. So the location of this zoning bylaw amendment to accommodate a garage is actually located outside of the regulated area. I believe the township is also in receipt of comments that reflect that. With regards to accessory structures, Section 5.1 of the zoning bylaw does provide some provisions that need to be met in order to permit an accessory structure on a subject property. I've got some of the points listed on the slide. I'm not going to read through them all. I'm sure you're all well aware of your own zoning bylaw, but that's just I've highlighted the two areas that I'll be speaking about for the proposal, which is the height and the maximum size of an accessory dwelling. Accessory structure, not a dwelling. Scratch that from the record. So next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment seeks a site-specific amendment to the current zone to permit a private detached garage with a total floor area of 107 square meters and a height of 5.2 meters. So this is an increase in square meter floor area, as well as a slight increase in height. The private garage will include a loft area. It's shown on the plans as a yoga studio. And I'd just like to note that this loft area will be for personal use only, and this application does not seek to introduce a home occupation on the lands. So the next slide, please. So this is showing the site plan for the property. We are seeking an amendment for, like I said previously, the maximum floor area from 70 square meters to 107 square meters. I just want to note that this is a gross floor area, so it includes both the garage area as well as the loft area. The actual footprint is about 50 square meters. We are also seeking an increase in height from 4.5 meters to 5.2 meters. So under a meter, so under 3 feet of increased height. So the subject property, it's all for private use. Again, no home occupation is being sought after for the site. And really, it's just for personal enjoyment and to have some covered parking on the property. It's my planning opinion that it represents good land use planning, it's efficient use of land, and will allow the resident to enjoy the property now and into the future. Brief presentation, but if there's any questions, I'm available, and Mark, the owner, is also available as well.
Excellent, thank you very much. Any comments or questions from members of the committee? All right, seeing none, I think everybody's done a very good job. Is there anyone registered to speak to the matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, and is there anyone else in chambers who came to speak to this matter? Okay. Seeing none. Is there any correspondence being received during the course of the meeting?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing further has been received for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karaskakis. With that, I think it's a fairly straightforward application, quite frankly, and I don't see any issues, and certainly there are no questions. So with that, I guess we'll just accumulate what's being presented tonight, and if there's any future matters that are communicated to us, we'll include those in the report that'll be forthcoming for the hearing. So thank you very much, and this completes the process for this part. Unless there's any further comment, Mr. Vadvalkur?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so with the presentation, this concludes the overview of the planning context and summary of the application. As you indicated, the purpose of the meeting tonight was to receive comments from the public. There's no decision made this evening. And a recommendation report will be prepared by staff for a future meeting, and we'll come back incorporating any comments received from the public agencies and township departments. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you very much for that. So thank you for everybody for your attendance and presentations. And with that, we'll move on to the next item in the agenda. We're on to item 5B, which is application 2025 OPA-01 and 2025 ZBA-25. The applicant is Craighurst GP Inc., and the municipal address is 3239 Penetanguishene Road. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the official plan amendment 2025 OPA-01 and zoning bylaw amendment application 2025 ZBA-25 submitted by Craighurst GP Inc. on lands municipally known as 3239 Penetanguishene Road. Please be advised the meeting is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Service Committee make a decision on the official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment applications. Has there been any communications received on this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Correspondence has been received from Bosola First Nation, June 11, Severn Sound Environmental Association, June 17, Enbridge Gas, June 17, Simcoe County District School Board, June 27, Hydro One, June 30, and County of Simcoe Planning Department, June 30, 2025.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to George Vadaboncourt once again, the Manager of Planning Special Projects, who will explain the purpose and effect of the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications and any written material received from the applicant. Mr. Vadaboncourt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll provide a brief overview, and then Ms. Celeste Phillips, planner and agent for the applicant, is here, and she'll go through the purpose and effect of the application. So the public notice was issued on June 11th in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. Next slide, please. The images on this slide show the notice posted on the site. Next slide, please. These images show views along Horseshoe Valley Road. The first image on the left is looking west, and the image on the right is looking east. Next slide, please. These are two images of Penetanguishene Road. I know it on the slide it says Horseshoe Valley, but it's Penetanguishene Road. The image on the left is looking north, and the image on the on the right is looking south. Mr. Chair, that concludes my introductory comments, and I'd like to turn it back to you to invite Ms. Celeste Phillips to come and present the purpose and effect.
Thank you very much. Ms. Phillips, please, if you just come up and state your name and proceed with your presentation, and just cue the person changing the slide.
Sure. Mayor Greenlaw, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Chairman, I guess, members of Development Services Committee and members of the public and township staff. My name is Celeste Phillips. I'm a land use planning consultant. I'm here today on behalf of the owner of the property, Craighurst GP Inc. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. With me this evening is Jamie Massey, the Chief Executive Officer of Georgian International, and Mr. Jay Beach, the Vice President of Land Development. Next slide, please. So the property, as George has mentioned, is in the southeast quadrant of Craighurst. Horseshoe Valley Road is on the north. Penetanguishene Road is on the west side. It's identified in green on this slide. The property is about 21.3 acres. So in hectares, that's 8.63. And the applications that have been filed, there are three of them. It's an application for an official plan amendment, an application for rezoning, and an application for subdivision approval. Next slide, please. This is an aerial photo of the property. It's predominantly vacant except for two structures. There's an unoccupied structure known as 2049 Horseshoe Valley Road, which you can see on this slide. And then at the corner, there is the HQ Restaurant and Tap House at 3229 Penetanguishene Road. The surrounding uses to the west, there are commercial uses on the east side of Penetanguishene Road. And then on the west side, there are residential uses on Penetanguishene Road. To the north is the pharmacy and the Craighurst Crossing plan of subdivision. That's under construction. To the east, there's a single-family dwelling at 1983 Horseshoe Valley Road. And then the lands to the south of this property are located outside the settlement area and are vacant. This is just a photo. George has provided photos. So this is just a photo looking at the unoccupied structure that's on the property at 2049 Horseshoe Valley Road. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is a slide showing the proposed draft plan of subdivision. Just for orientation purposes, Horseshoe Valley Road runs across the top of the slide from left to right. Penetanguishene Road is down the left-hand side of the slide. So we refer to this as a block plan of subdivision. Notable features are a new east-west roadway that extends from Penetanguishene Road on the west side through the property out to Horseshoe Valley Road. Another notable feature is a commercial block consisting of 4.3 acres, and then 8 acres of residential, which is proposed on the south side of this new roadway, as well as east of the commercial block. And then the balance of the property would be used for green space. The south part of the property, there's a proposed 2-acre communal septic area. And then on the east side of the property is a 6-acre environmental protection area. We can go to the next slide, please. It's a little clearer on this slide because it's in color. Again, the orientation, Horseshoe Valley Road is across the top. Penetanguishene Road is down the left-hand side. So the area that's identified in yellow is the area that's proposed for residential purposes. The dark green at the bottom of the slide is representative of the communal septic area. And the paler green to the right-hand side of the slide, which is on the east side of the property, is an environmental protection area and a buffer area around that environmental protection area. And that's to protect a sensitive area. So the pinkish red area is the proposed commercial block. It's about 190 meters along Horseshoe Valley Road with a depth of about 120 meters. The proposed uses of this commercial block are as follows. Sobeys grocery store, 26,000 square feet. An LCBO, 5,400 square feet. A retail plaza building with 4 or 5 units totaling about 7,900 square feet, and a restaurant of about 2,700 square feet. So a total of 42,000 square feet of commercial space. The entrance locations and the road widenings and the turning lanes associated with this commercial site have all been discussed with the County of Simcoe Engineering Department. And you will see in your correspondence, there's reference to the extent of widenings that they're requesting on both Penetanguishene Road, Horseshoe Valley Road, daylighting triangle at the corner, as well as 0.3 meter reserves. So since filing the planning applications in April, there is one minor revision that I wanted to note today and make a request, and that is to extend the commercial designation about 6 meters further to the east to accommodate the parking for the commercial use. The development of the commercial block will be subject to site plan control. So the owners of the property are working with the proposed users of the site, particularly Sobeys, in the development of a concept plan, which will be submitted to the township as a site plan control application. And as part of the work that they've been doing, they noted that there's a need for an additional 6 meters of width along Horseshoe Valley Road to accommodate the parking associated with those uses. The next slide is an extract from the Simcoe County Official Plan. This is Schedule 5.1. The property is identified in yellow. I'm showing this only to indicate that the property is located within a designated settlement area. And as you are well aware, settlement areas are to be the focus of growth in the province of Ontario. Next slide. This is the current designations in your official plan for this property. So the blue outline represents the property, and the blue tone represents the portion of the property that's already designated for employment use. So what you'll see in the next slide, which I'll get to, is we wish to expand the amount of the employment area, but the current designations are the blue represents employment area, and the yellow represents living area or residential, and the green represents environmental protection. And the next slide is probably the most important slide, which is the redesignation that's being requested this evening in your official plan. And that is to expand the extent of that employment area, to extend into that red hatched area, to make it more of a squared off corner, to redesignate that from living area to employment area to allow the commercial uses that I indicated. And then there's a small bit of living area that you'll see in sort of a cross hatch, sort of south of that, southwest of that, that we would like to redesignate from employment area to living area. And that is in the location where this new road would come through, and there'd be residential proposed on the south side. So the expansion of the employment area designation allows for the commercial uses that will serve not only the existing community of Craighurst, but also the planned development of the Craighurst communities. And then the only other aspect of this slide to show to you is the green hatched area, which is the designation of living area lands, residential lands, to environmental protection, and that designation consists of about 6 acres. The next slide shows the existing zoning, which is really reflective of what the current uses are on the property. So along Penetanguishene Road, there are local commercial zoning categories, and then the most part of the property is designated that agricultural rural zone by your bylaw 9795. And the next slide is a little bit complicated to read, but this is the request to change the property to Village 1. The Village 1 zone is a zone that permits both residential and non-residential uses. And as part of the requested rezoning, the application asks for a 5-meter building setback along Horseshoe Valley Road. And that arises from the County of Simcoe requesting an 8-meter road widening along Horseshoe Valley Road. So we're asking if we could have that building setback 5 meters from the county road. And then the other notable feature of this, of course, is that significant environmental feature on the right-hand side of the slide. Final slide. There have been a number of technical reports submitted with the application. There's servicing reports, traffic reports, environmental site assessment, environmental impact study, a butternut study, archaeological work, geotechnical and hydrogeological investigations. And those are all filed with your planning department. There's also a planning justification report, which addresses matters of provincial interest. It also talks about the consistency of these applications with the provincial planning statement and how these applications conform to the County of Simcoe official plan and the Township of Oro-Medonte official plan. So that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity, and Mr. Massey, Mr. Beach, and I are all here if there's any questions that we can assist you with.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. Mr. Vadaboncourt, do you have any comments subject to Ms. Phillips' presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just to say thank you to Ms. Phillips for the presentation. This concludes the summary overview of the planning context and summary of the applications. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive comments from the public on the 3 applications, and a recommendation report will be coming forward at a future meeting of the Development Services Committee once all the comments from the public and agencies and staff have been considered, and we've had an opportunity to undertake a planning analysis of the 3 proposals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence, not correspondence, anybody registered to speak?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments or questions from members of the committee? Councillor Bard, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to the planner. Sorry, I've forgotten your last name. Phillips, sorry, Miss Phillips. So there's a restaurant on the corner currently, and on one of the diagrams it had it white, and I'm assuming that was to change over to the county. I guess what I'm asking, is there still going to be an entrance off of Penetanguishene Road or Horseshoe Valley Road into that commercial? Okay, I was just wondering if people would be kind of cutting through there, that's all. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, to answer your question, that's the correct slide, and I may need Mr. Beach's help with this. But as I understand it, there is an entrance, of course, from Penetanguishene Road. The roadway is from Penetanguishene Road. And then along Horseshoe Valley Road, there are, I believe it's 3 entrances that we're showing there. There's 2 going into the commercial site, the one that's dotted. And then the gray one is the eastern edge of the proposed Sobeys. And then the third one is the new roadway that goes out to Horseshoe Valley Road. Correct?
There's one more.
One more?
Into the HQ site, but it'll be.
Sorry, you
Sorry.
have to.
Yeah, I think what Mr. Massey's saying, there's also one on Penetanguishene Road. It's dotted in north of the new roadway, and that dotted in road is going into the HQ.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And if you wish to make any comment, please come up, Mr. Massey, and make those comments. No worries, no worries. We just have to keep a record. Councillor Hutchison, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Ms. Phillips. Hopefully you can answer the question. So with regard to the road widening, and thank you for having this slide up here, are we looking just specifically for the corner here where we have Penetanguishene Road and Horseshoe Valley Road, or is there more widening on Horseshoe Valley Road proposed as well?
Through you, Chair.
Oh, and please state your name.
Jay Beach, Vice President of Development for
Thank you.
Georgia Communities. Councillor Hutchison, through correspondence and constant meetings with the County Simcoe, we've had plenty of correspondence on the development and design of the road itself. So to answer your question, yes, it is reserved for Horseshoe Valley and an urbanization in correlation with the County Simcoe. The entire length, yes.
I'm sorry, supplemental. Entire length of Horseshoe Valley Road?
Horseshoe Valley Road, correct, yeah, there's a reserve. So it's better stipulated on, I guess on the draft plan subdivision slide, if you can go back. Correct, yes. So it's zoomed in, you can see the connectivity through it.
Okay, thank you.
Then you mean Horseshoe Valley Road adjacent to the property?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
That's in our current ownership that will be conveyed over to the County of Simcoe once we have a designed urbanized road. Yeah.
Okay, so, sorry, supplementary, just so that I understand, this widening would be along this length of your property, but I guess what I'm trying to get an understanding of is there an intent to continue the widening of Horseshoe Valley Road further down, perhaps to Price's Corners?
Yeah, through our design and correspondence with the County of Simcoe, that'll be an ongoing project. We can only guarantee what we can develop in front of our property on both sides. We are lucky to own Craighurst North as well, and there's some plans for connectivity and a trail network system within those limits.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a grasp on what might be coming in the future from the county with regard to the road itself. Sure. And I'm sorry, could I have one more supplementary? Thank you for accommodating me. The abandoned building, which is, I believe, a former schoolhouse property, could you speak to what plans there may be with regard to that property? I know there is a lot of interest from the community to preserve that property, so I'm not sure what might be on your radar for that. Thank you.
I think that we're comfortable in saying we'll be applying for a demolition permit on it, just to advance the site and create the vision as we're proposing. I'd just like to add, in addition to that, we also own 3215 Penetang to allow the continuity on the right-of-way as you've seen, that's going to connect to our Craighurst North subdivision. That will be also applying for a demo permit on that. The house itself.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Beach. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I think just to bring clarity to Councillor Hutchinson's questions. George, if you can explain, could you explain just, is this is common practice with county roads that there is, whenever there's development or amendments made, that that's a stipulated consistent request for the setback for potential road widening?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. That is correct. Wherever there's a development that fronts on a county road and they've identified the need to potentially widen that road, they take a road widening. It's only when development is proposed that they take a road widening. So with respect to Horseshoe Valley Road, it would be a number of years before they acquired all the road widenings along Horseshoe Valley Road to potentially widen it. So it's just an exercise, and it's a matter that they pursue anytime there's a development occurring adjacent to county road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Supplemental, please.
Yeah, I'm just curious, have you received either Mr. Beach or Mr. Van Wonker, have we received any communication back from the county as far as being willing to reduce that from 8 meters to 5 meters?
Yes, we've had constant meetings at the County Simcoe in February, March of 2025, in correlation with our discussion with the Sobeys to make sure that we can have the proper entrances, one being signalized, left in full access at the request of the Sobeys, the new tenant that we're proposing. So yes, we have in correspondence. It's consistent with our traffic report that we submitted as well, and will continue to be subject to comments. Okay. Go ahead, Steph.
I was just going to add two things. First of all, on the road widenings, when you make an application for a rezoning, the county is in the fortunate position of taking the road widening for free. Plus the applicant pays all the legal costs associated with the counties acquiring that land. So that's one thing. The second thing, the 5 meter setback, Your Worship, that you're referring to, the 8 meters is the widening that the county wants to take, and then they want an additional 15 meter setback after they've taken the 8 meter widening, which in my experience is not fair. We've often said to them, it's one thing to give you the widening, which you're not planning to use for however many decades, but then to impose a further 15 meter setback after they've taken the widening is just difficult for this property to be developed. And so the request that was made, that I made on behalf of the applicants, is to reduce the front yard setback to 5 meters from Horseshoe Valley Road after the widening's been taken.
But they are open to discussions in regards. So just one of those things that I hate to see happen, because it's not something that we can't overrule the county, unfortunately, or I don't mean that in a negative way, but you understand the situation we're in. As long as, and I know you've taken proactive steps to try and make the best solution for everyone moving forward, and I appreciate that, but I just was curious if they...
Yeah, I think we're at peace with the county in terms of the widenings, the left turn lane, the daylighting, the 1 foot reserves, but it's a zoning request that I'm making to your zoning bylaw, not to the county's setback requirement.
Okay. We're at peace with the county too, just for the record.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Phillips, again. I had a question. I know this is a block plan that you've presented. Do you have a sense of the number of residential units this property will involve, or is that for a future
Nope,
discussion?
I think we, well, the market's always changing, as you know, Mr. Chair, but the plans that I have seen from Georgian International show some mid-rise buildings, 160 units, and they're styled after Georgian's Mountain House project in Collingwood, I believe. So if you want to see an example of what they look like, they are in place on the ground over in the town of Blue Mountains. And I think they'd be 3 or 4 stories. 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Any further? Yes, Councillor Shell, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to our lady friend here. I heard you mention Village 1 designation. What does that mean?
So there's two aspects. The official plan designation right now is employment and living area. And so the first component is to expand the employment area designation. Just in your mind, just consider it commercial. I mean, employment area is sort of the fancy word for commercial. So the first thing is to expand the designation in the official plan that squares off that particular corner. The second component is to change the zoning of the property, because the zoning has still an agricultural rural zoning on it. So the change in zoning, a different document, is to change the zoning to the Village 1 zone. And I'm hoping that's the correct zone, and I'll be working with Mr. Van de Bencoeur to make sure that that is the correct zoning that allows the commercial uses that I've described, and then in the future, residential uses as well.
Supplemental. So does that mean that the name will change to the Village of?
No. It's known as the Craighurst Settlement Area.
Yep.
I imagine it's been referred to as a village for many, many years, but in my terminology, from a planning perspective, it's the Craighurst Settlement Area.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the clarification. And V1, as I think we know, allows a mixture of commercial and residential units. Mr. Van de Bencoeur, do you have any further comment with regard to these questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I think Ms. Phillips has answered them very well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Have we received any correspondence during the course of the meeting?
No, Mr. Chair, we have not.
Thank you very much. Did anyone else come to Chambers tonight to speak to this matter? Yes, sir. Please come to the podium.
My name's Neil Craig. I'm a resident of Oro-Medonte. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Advisory Committee, township staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today as the property chairman of St. John's Anglican Church, and I'm also the Cemetery Board Secretary Treasurer of St. John's Anglican Cemetery. Our property is located at 3191 Penetang-Machine Road, abutting the southwest corner of the subject property. 180 years ago, John Craig owned the subject property and donated the land for St. John's Church and Cemetery, as well as the community school from this property. While the school is no longer used, our church and cemetery are still part of the fabric of the community of Craighurst. It is gratifying to see the development proposal here today that will provide both employment, commercial, and residential opportunities that will help Craighurst become a more diverse community. And also a more livable community in Oro-Medonte. Therefore, I am generally in agreement with the proposed amendments to the official plan and the zoning bylaw, as well as the proposed plan of subdivision. I do, however, have some concerns for our cemetery and the proposed uses for residential along our north boundary and the proposed communal septic dilution area on our east boundary. To be specific, we currently have a 2-rail vinyl fence along our north and east boundary in the cemetery. This has worked fine as the subject property is heavily treed. By changing to a residential use, I would imagine most of these trees will be removed, eliminating the tranquil setting next to our cemetery. Therefore, we request the developer plant a hedge on their side of the fence to maintain the natural, peaceful setting of our cemetery. On the east side of our cemetery, the developer is proposing a communal septic dilution block. Here again, we would propose a hedge to provide a screen and setbacks. We would also like assurances from an engineer or hydrogeologist that subsurface discharge on this block would not cause effluent to contaminate our cemetery, as we would be digging graves approximately 4 meters from the property line. These graves are on our municipally and provincially approved plan under the Cemeteries Act and the Bereavement Authority of Ontario. I would respectfully ask the developer and council to bear our situation in mind and implement our requests as you deliberate on these applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Craig, for a very dignified presentation. I presume we've taken notes on this matter and can respond to them at the hearing stage of this process, unless you want to make a... No, thank you very much then. So is there anyone else who came to Chambers tonight to speak to this matter? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, we've covered off anybody who might have registered online, I believe, earlier. I just want to be... Yeah.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any final comments or questions from the committee members given the presentations? Okay, thank you very much. So this completes the application process for the meeting, and staff will report back with a report at a later date for a hearing in accordance to the developer's application. So thank you very much for this, and I'd like to thank everybody for their participation tonight, and we look forward to a very successful development here. Thank you. So we're on for the next one at 6:30, so we're a tiny bit ahead, so we can...
Would you like to deal with item 7A?
Oh, yes, of course. I like your... Appreciate your guidance. Thank you. Yes, may we have the motion, please, for item 7A?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. It is recommended, one, that DS 2025-077, Andy Karaskakis, Manager Planning Services, reconsent applications 2025-B06 and 2025-B07, MASH Enterprises, Inc., and Price 1860 Ridge Road West and 4346-010-007-22200 be received and adopted. 2, that consent application 2025-B06 to permit a boundary adjustment having a lot frontage of approximately 10.3 meters, 33.8 feet, a lot depth of approximately 98.5 meters, 323.1 feet, and a total lot area of approximately 0.1 hectares, 0.25 acres, to be added to the property located at Concession 3, West Part Lot 27, roll number 4346-010-007-22200, Township of Oro-Medonte be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-077. Number 3, that consent application 2025-B07 to permit a boundary adjustment having a width of approximately 31.9 meters, 104.6 feet, an irregular lot depth, and a total area of approximately 0.06 hectares, 0.16 acres, to be added to the property located at 1860 Ridge Road West, Township of Oro-Medonte be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-077. 4, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. Anyone want to have that read again? No, seeing none. Very good. Any questions or comments with regard to this this motion? Okay, seeing none. May I call the vote, please? All in favor? Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. There are no other items that we could take on in the recess other than the adjournment, which wouldn't be fair. Good. Okay, thank
Correct.
you
Would
very
you
much.
like to have a break until 6:30?
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll take a recess till 6:30. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. We're back live here, and we're moving on to item 6A on the agenda, which is application 2025A-16, Fifth Avenue Developments Limited, municipal address 1241, line 3 south. This public meeting, yeah, this should be a public hearing. Yes, this public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application 2025A16 submitted by Fifth Avenue Developments Limited on lands municipally known as 1241 Line 3 South. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on this minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on the matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, June 12th, and Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, June 27, 2025.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn in the meeting over to Yubing Fan, planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Fan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Lava. Minor variance application 2025A16 is applied for the property located at 1241 Line 3 South. The property is zoned agricultural, rural, and shoreline residential, and designated shoreline in the township's official plan. The current use of the property is residential. Next, please. This slide presents the purpose of the application. The applicant is proposing to construct a two-story boathouse, and now the applicant is seeking relief from Section 5.6A, Section 5.6E, and Section 5.7B of the zoning bylaw for the subject structure. Next, please. On the left-hand side, we can see the existing zoning of the subject property. The boathouse is proposed on the SR zone, shoreline residential zone portion of the property. The photo on the right-hand side shows that a public notice sign has been posted on the subject property. Next, please. This slide shows the site plan, and the proposed boathouse is outlined in red. Next, please. This slide shows a more detailed site plan around the proposed boathouse, and we can see that one of the variants being requested is a reduced interior side yard of 1.2 meters. Next, please. This slide shows us the front elevation of the boathouse and the requested increased height of 7.2 meters. Next, please. This slide presents 3D views of the boathouse, and we can see that the boathouse will be built into a slope bank. Therefore, the proposed two-story boathouse would not appear to be as tall as proposed when viewed from the dwelling side. Next, please. This drawing is the first story's floor plan of the boathouse. Next, please. And this is the floor plan of the second story. The second story will be used for storage purpose. Next, please. These two photos show the views looking north and south along Line 3 South. Next, please. This slide presents existing structures to be demolished on the subject property, a single detached dwelling and a detached accessory building. Next, please. This photo shows the proposed location of the boathouse. Once again, the proposed boathouse will be built into this steep slope. Next, please. These two photos show us the tree hedge along eastern property line and vegetative buffers along western property line, which can help screen the boathouse from view. Next, please. This slide concludes my presentation. It is recommended that the minor variance application 2025A16 be approved. as the application meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act and conforms to or is consistent with applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies, and represents good planning. The recommended conditions are listed on this slide. They are all standard conditions. Thank you, all committee members. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Van. I now ask the agent, Addison Milne Price, if she wishes to speak to the application and provide any further comment or indicate anything further to the staff presentation. Ms. Milne Price, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually Mr. Milne Price.
My apologies.
No apologies needed. I'm a registered professional planner employed at Design Plan Services located at 87 Skyway Avenue, Toronto. Just for the record, I'm here on behalf of the owner. I can, if the committee would like, give a brief presentation outlining the justification for these variances. However, it would be somewhat repetitive based on the staff presentation that you just heard. So I would be happy to give just a very brief outline and answer any specific questions that the committee members may have.
Thank you very much for that consideration. Committee members, do you have any questions for Addison? No, I'm seeing none. Everybody seems quite pleased with the application here. Is there anyone registered to speak to this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, did anyone come to chambers to speak to this matter? Seeing no one here wanting to speak to the matter, I just want to be clear on the interior yard setback relief. I believe that's to the side of the township's road, undeveloped road easement. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. Ms. Fan was also nodding in agreement with you. Any correspondence received during the course of the hearing?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing further has been received.
Thank you, Mr. Karaskakis. With that, Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion for this application?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. It is recommended, 1, that DS 2025-066, Yubing Fan, Planner, Minor Variance Application 2025-A16, Fifth Avenue Developments, Inc., 1241 Line 3 South, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025-A16, specifically for permission to construct a boathouse with a reduced setback of 1.2 meters, 3.9 feet from the interior side lot line, an increased height of 7.2 meters, 23.6 feet above the elevation of the average high water mark of Lake Simcoe, and an increased total footprint of 102.5 square meters, 1,103.3 square feet of the boathouse and an attached deck combined on lands municipally known as 1241 Line 3 South, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-066. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any comments or clarifications with regard to the motion itself? Okay, seeing none, may I call the vote, please? All those in favor? Okay, everyone's in favor, so that's very good. So this completes the application process and closes this hearing. Thank you very much, Addison, for your participation tonight, and everyone else on the matter. And copy of the decision will be mailed out to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. So with that, if it's 6:40, and it is, we'll move on to item 6B, which is application 2025-A17. It's Big Cedar Oro Residents Association. The municipal address is 1844 Line 13 North, and this public meeting is being held in hearing being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application 2025-A17, submitted by Big Cedar Oro Residents Association on lands municipally known as 1844 Line 13 North. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, have there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, June 12th, and Ottawa-Saga Valley Conservation Authority, dated June 13, 2025.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Yubing Fan, planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Fan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minor variance application 2025-A17 is applied for the property located at 1844 Line 13 North. The property is zoned agricultural rural exception 7 and environmental protection, and designated rural, greenlands, and agricultural in the township's official plan. The current use of the property is residential. Next, please. This slide presents the purpose of the application. The applicant is proposing to replace an existing building with a larger detached accessory building within the required setback to the environmental protection zone. And now, the applicant is seeking relief from Section 5.1.4, Section 5.1.6, and Section 5.16.1b of the zoning bylaw for the subject building. Next, please. On the left-hand side, we can see an aerial photo of the subject property. The subject building is located on the northeast side of the property. The photo on the right-hand side shows that a public notice sign has been posted on the subject property. Next, please. On these two maps, the proposed building is shown as a pink icon, and we can see that the building is proposed to be located on the portion of the land that is zoned agricultural rural exception 7 and designated agricultural and greenlands. Next, please. This slide shows set plans. The left-hand side one is the existing set plan, and the proposed one is on the right-hand side. We can see that the proposed setback to the environmental protection zone will remain the same as the existing ones, which is around 7.6 meters. Next, please. This slide shows us the elevation of the building. Next, please. This drawing is the foundation plan of the building. Next, please. These two photos show the views looking north and south along line 13 north. Next, please. This slide presents two existing structures around the proposed building, which are a non-compliant building that is currently used as a clubhouse for the residents and a shuffleboard court. Next, please. These two photos show the proposed location of the building. Next, please. This photo shows us the view looking from the proposed building location to the nature features. We can see that it is far away from the protected features. Next, please. This slide concludes my presentation. It is recommended that the minor variance application 2025-A17 be approved, as the application meets the four tests of the Planning Act and conforms to or is consistent with applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies, and represents good planning. The recommended conditions are listed on this slide. They are all standard conditions. Thank you, committee members. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van. I'll now ask the agent, Doug Humphreys, who is registered to speak to the application, and ask if he wishes to provide any further comment or anything to be added to the staff presentation. Mr. Humphreys, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I have no more to add to it unless there's questions for us as a park. It is a replacement of the existing outdoor Quonset hut that we used as a gathering place that over this past ice storm came down, and so we have to have it replaced. Unfortunately, the one that we're purchasing is fortunately is a little bit stronger and a wee bit higher and has one more bay to it. That's why it's a little bigger and that's why it's a little higher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphries. That would be excellent. Committee members, do you have any questions for staff, for the staff or applicant represented by Mr. Humphries? Seeing none, looks like you're all clear. The Quonset hut should be a little bit stronger, I think, in any case. Is there anyone registered via Zoom to speak to this matter?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Does anyone come to chambers to speak to this application? Seeing none. Let's move on to, has there been any further correspondence during the course of the hearing?
No, nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Karaskakis. With that, may we now hear the motion, please?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Hutchison. It is recommended, one, that DS 2025-067, Ubing Fan Planner, minor variance application 2025 A17 1844, line 13 north, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025 A17, specifically for permission to rebuild a building that was demolished on a similar footprint with a larger detached accessory building with an increased height of 4.9 meters, 16.0 feet, an increased floor area of 238.1 square meters, 2,562.0 square feet, and an increased floor area of 30.0 square meters, 322.0 square feet, within the required setback to the Environmental Protection EP zone on lands municipally known as 1844 Line 13 North, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-067. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments with regard to the motion itself? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. Thank you very much, Mr. Humphries. And thank you to all those in attendance. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, we have to wait a minute and we can proceed with the next hearing. Oh, there we are. We're good to go. The application is 2025A18. The applicants are Virginia and Raymond Gingras. The municipal address is 3626 Line 5 North. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application 2025A18 submitted by Virginia and Raymond Gingras on lands municipally known as 3626 Line 5 North. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, June 16, and Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, June 24, 2025.
Thank you very much. I'll turn the meeting over to Mr. George Vadaboncourt, Manager of Planning Special Projects, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Vadaboncourt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to speak to minor variance application 2025A18 pertaining to lands at 3626 Line 5 North. The property is zoned agricultural rural with a small portion zoned environmental protection. The official plan designates the property greenland, and the current use of the property is residential and home occupation. Next slide, please. The applicants currently operate a home occupation on their property and are proposing to add one additional employee who is not a resident of the dwelling for a total of 2, so that they can offer additional wellness services. The applicants are seeking relief to section 512G in the zoning bylaw pertaining to home occupations. Next slide, please. So this slide shows 2 images. The image on the left is an aerial of the subject lands, and you can see it's quite large. The image on the right is the entrance to the property with the sign posted just in behind the sign identifying the home occupation. Next slide, please. This is the full site plan for the subject land, and you can see a rather long driveway leading to the rear of the property. And just as you go to the right, you'll see a intersection that road leads to an accessory building, which there'll be photos shown, and the main road leads to the dwelling, the single-family dwelling unit on the property. Next slide. This is a detailed site plan, and it shows on the green there, the existing detached accessory building currently being used for their home occupation. And the smaller building to the left is another accessory building that's being used for their home occupation. And the blue identifies the single-family dwelling. Next slide, please. This slide shows the zoning bylaw, and as I mentioned earlier, it's the property is zoned agricultural rural with a small portion in green zoned EP. So some additional photos. The photo on the left is showing line 5 north heading south, and the image on the right is line 5 north looking north. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the main accessory building that houses the main yoga studio on the 2nd floor and 1 studio on the 1st floor, 2 professional offices, and equipment storage in 2 bays in the garage. Next slide, please. The image on the left shows the rear of the main yoga studio, and the image on the right is just inside the reception area for the main yoga studio. Next slide, please. The image on the left shows a small parking area affiliated with the main yoga studio, and then opposite this area there's quite a large parking area, and the image on the right shows that large parking area. Next slide, please. The second yoga studio is accessed by 2 foot trails, and along the foot trail there is a fire pit, woodshed, and small sitting area, and that's the image on the left. And then on the right is the inside of the yoga studio, completely screened in and as an accessory building. Next slide, please. This is another view of the second yoga studio from the rear, and then the image on the right is the second yoga studio from the side. Next slide, please. The second yoga studio has a little storage shed where some of the equipment that's used for yoga and whatnot is kept, and it's right beside the second yoga studio. And the image on the right is a picture of the single detached dwelling on the property. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is that the application submitted by Virginia and Raymond Gindra be approved on the basis that it meets the 4 tests of the minor variance for a minor variance under the Planning Act. It is in conformity and consistent with applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies and represents good planning. Staff are recommending a number of conditions of approval listed on this slide and the following slide and in the staff report. There are several special conditions in addition to the standard conditions pertaining to previous minor variance approvals on the property to ensure that a home occupation is maintained on the property. Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I would note that the applicants are in attendance in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vadaboncourt. I would now ask the applicant, Virginia Gingras, who is registered to speak, if she wishes to provide any comments or has anything further to add to the staff presentation. Ms. Gingras, please.
I have nothing further to add, but if you guys have any questions about it, I'm happy to answer anything.
Yeah, sorry, just state your name for the purposes of the
Sorry,
record.
Virginia Gingras.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, any questions for staff or Ms. Gingras? No, seeing none. Have there been any persons registered to speak to this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Has anyone else come to speak to this matter? Okay, I'm seeing none. Did we receive any further correspondence during the course of the hearing?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing has been received.
Thank you very much. With that, may we have the motion, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended, 1, that DS 2025-074, George Vedaboncourt, Manager, Planning, Special Projects, Minor Variance Application 2025-A18, Gingras, 3626 Line 5 North, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025-A18, specifically to permit the applicants to employ 1 additional employee as part of their home occupation on lands municipally known as 3626 Line 5 North, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-074. 3, that the applicants be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any clarification or comments on the motion itself? Seeing none, may I call the vote, please? All those in favor? The motion is carried. So thank you very much for that, and I'd like to thank Ms. Gingras and Mr. Vadaboncourt for cooperating on this matter. And the committee wishes to thank everyone in attendance for their participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, we can move on to the next item, item 6D on the agenda. The application is 2025-A19. The applicant is Connie Simo. The municipal address is 26 Ward Avenue. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application 2025-A19 submitted by Connie Simo on lands municipally known as 26 Ward Avenue. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on this minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, June 16. Ralph Thompson, June 16. Robert and Ann Baxter, June 16. Eric Zondervan, June 16. Ted Nimoy, June 16. Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, June 24. And Miriam and Erwin Goldstein, June 30, 2025.
Thank you very much. Now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The subject property is located at 26 Ward Avenue. The property is zoned shoreline residential and designated shoreline in the township's official plan, and the current use of the property is residential. Next slide. The applicant is proposing to build an addition to the existing single detached dwelling. The applicant is seeking relief to table B1, minimum required interior side yard in the shoreline residential zone,
to be reduced from 3 meters to 1.9 meters. Section 5.16.1B, enlargement, repair, or renovation of a non-complying building. They're proposing to increase the floor area of the single detached dwelling within the required rear yard setback to the average high water mark of Bass Lake. So the existing dwelling is non-complying as it does not meet the minimum required setback of 15 meters from the average high water mark of Bass Lake, as the average high water mark actually runs through the dwelling, and I'll actually show it on one of the following slides. So next slide. The image on the left-hand side is an aerial image of the property. The dwelling is located in the middle of the property, and the two-story addition is proposed to be located on the northeast side of the dwelling and will be encroaching into the required interior side yard setback on the east side. And then the image on the right-hand side shows the public notice sign that was posted along the road. Next slide. The subject lands are located within 120 meters of an unevaluated wetland, which is located on the north side of Ward Avenue. So the township's official plan permits an addition to an existing dwelling, provided that it's limited in scope, kept within close geographical proximity to the existing structures, and is no closer to the adjacent key natural heritage features than the existing structures. And in this case, the proposed addition is located no closer to the natural heritage features than the existing dwelling, so an EIS was not required. Next slide. This site plan shows the average high water mark, which is identified in red. As you can see on the screen, it actually runs through the existing dwelling, and because of that, the existing dwelling is non-complying because it doesn't meet the minimum required setback of 15 meters from the average high water mark of Bass Lake. Next slide. This is the applicant's site plan. So the addition is in dark gray, and they're also proposing to go up over a portion of the existing dwelling. The proposed encroachment is for the attached garage, which is on the right-hand side. And then I also want to note that there is a little comment saying that the existing detached accessory building, which is along the westerly interior side lot line, will be removed after the addition has been built. Next slide. These are the applicant's elevation drawings. The applicant is proposing to increase the height of a portion of the existing dwelling and build a two-story addition on the northeast side of the dwelling. Next slide. These are the views looking both east and west along Ward Avenue. Next slide. The photo on the left shows the view of the existing dwelling from the road, and the photo on the right shows the existing detached accessory building, which is in gray, which they are proposing to remove upon completion of the addition. Next slide. So these two photos show the existing vegetation along the front and interior side lot lines. As a condition of the minor variance, staff are recommending that the applicants maintain the existing vegetative buffer or replace with a similar vegetative buffer if it's destroyed. And the addition will be encroaching closer to the shrubs than the existing attached garage, which you can see in the distance on the image on the left-hand side. Next slide. It is recommended that minor variance application 2025 A19 be approved as it meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and it conforms to and is consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies. So all of the recommended conditions are listed on this slide. They're all standard conditions, and I am available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. I'll now ask the agent, Phil Lama-Delane, who is registered to speak to the application, and if he wishes to provide any comments or indicate anything further to be added to the staff presentation. Mr. Lama-Delane, please.
Going to attend via Zoom.
Hello.
Oh,
can you hear me now?
We can just hear you. Is it possible to move a little closer, maybe, and be a little bit louder?
I can't be much closer. But
okay.
You can hear me.
We can, but we'll have to be quiet.
I can't really see myself at all on here, but that's fine. My name is Phil LeMadeleine. I'm the designer on the project. I don't have anything else to add unless anybody has any questions for me.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for no questions. Sorry, I got cut off. With that, is there anyone registered to speak to the matter tonight? Madam Deputy Clerk?
The applicant has also registered if they would like to provide comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Simo, would you like to? No, she does not want to provide further comments. She seems happy.
There was also another also another agent on behalf of the applicant, Robert Koch, but I do not see him online.
He's in attendance in chambers if required. I believe he's the
Thank you.
family structural engineer. Okay, with that, is there anyone else in chambers who wishes to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none. Any correspondence received during the course of the hearing?
No, nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis. With that, Madam Deputy Clerk, may we hear the motion, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shell. It is recommended one that DS 2025-068, Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, Minor Variance Application 2025A19, SIMO 26 Ward Avenue be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025A19, specifically to permit the construction of an addition to the existing non-complying single detached dwelling with an increased floor area within the required setback to the average high watermark of Bass Lake and a reduced interior side yard setback of 1.9 meters, 6.2 feet on lands municipally known as 26 Ward Avenue, Township of Oro-Medonte be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-068. 3, that the applicants be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any questions with regard to the motion? Seeing none, may I call the vote, please? All those in favor? The motion is carried. With that, I'd like to thank Ms. McCarroll, Mr. LeMadeleine, and Ms. Simo for presenting this application, and the committee wishes to thank anybody else in attendance on the matter. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, the matter is closed, and we'll move on to item 6E. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, the application is number 2025A20. The applicant is 1981422 Ontario Inc. and the municipal address is 22 Windstar Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application 2025A20 submitted by 1981242 Ontario Inc. on lands municipally known as 22 Windstar Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on a minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been correspondence received on this application?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division dated June 11, 2025.
Thank you very much. Now turn the meeting over to Andy Karaskakis, the Manager of Planning Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Karaskakis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minor variance application 2025A20 has been applied for lands located at 22 Windstar Road. The subject property is located on the north side of Windstar Road, east of Line 4 South. The lands currently contain an existing industrial building, is zoned economic development in the township zoning bylaw, and is designated employment area in the township's official plan. The applicant is proposing to construct an addition to the existing building and is seeking relief to the side yard setback of the zoning bylaw where it requires 6 meters, and the applicant is proposing 4.2 meters to facilitate the addition to the existing industrial building. The image on the left is an aerial photo of the subject property, which is outlined in red, shows the existing industrial building on the property and its access point off of the cul-de-sac of Windstar Road. Image on the right shows public notice sign posted in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The applicant provided a site plan drawing which shows the existing industrial building with the parking and the stormwater management pond located on the subject property. And outlined in red is the proposed addition. So it's to be located to the east side of the existing building. And it's to accommodate additional storage for the business operating in the building. And as a result of the addition, that's where the applicant is requesting relief from that interior side yard setback. The applicant also provided some elevation building drawings of the existing and the proposed addition. The proposed addition, again, is to be located on the east elevation and partially to be shown on the rear elevation. This image here shows views looking west along Windstar Road, so towards line 4. The image on the left shows a view along the interior lot line, so from the front lot line looking towards the rear of the subject property. And the image on the right shows a view of the existing building located on the subject property. And on the right side of the building, there's like a white cube van, and that's the approximate location of where the addition is to go out, and it's to go closer to the interior lot line with the minimum setback of 4.2 meters from that interior lot line. And again, just images showing the existing building and the approximate location of the proposed addition. Few more images here showing the location of the proposed addition. So here we're looking towards the rear of the subject property. Mr. Chair and committee, staff have reviewed the applicant's minor variance application and is of the opinion that it meets the 4 tests of the minor variance as outlined in the staff report and is recommending approval of the minor variance application subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report. Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis. I'll now ask the applicant, Gerald Hetherington, who is registered to speak, if he wishes to provide any comments or has anything further to add to the staff presentation. Mr. Hetherington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. I have no further comments at this time, but I am available to answer any questions if there are any.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Committee members, do you have any questions for staff or Mr. Hetherington? No, seeing none. That looks very good. Has anyone come to speak to this matter or registered to speak to this matter? Madam?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone in chambers who wishes to address this matter? Seeing none. Any additional correspondence received during the course of the hearing?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing further has been received.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we please have the motion read?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Shell. It is recommended 1, that DS 2025-071, Andy Karaskakis, Manager, Planning Services, minor variance application 2025-A20, 198-1242 Ontario Inc., 22 Windstar Road, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025-A20, specifically to permit the construction of a 504.7 square meter, 5,432.5 square feet addition to the existing industrial building with a reduced interior side yard setback of 4.2 meters, 13.7 feet on lands municipally known as 22 Windstar Road, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-071. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, any comments or questions with regard to the motion? Okay, seeing none. May I call the vote, please? All in favor? The motion is carried. So thank you very much, Mr. Hetherington and Mr. Karaskakis, for bringing this motion forward, this application forward. Copy of the decision was mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, the application process is closed. Thank you very much. And we're on to, well, we have to take a 3-minute recess. And we'll be back at 7:20.
Mr. Chair, we're live.
Thank you very much. Application number 2025A21, Beard Farm Supply Limited, David Beard, municipal address 1032 Horseshoe Valley Road East.
Mr. Chair, I need to declare conflict on this one.
Okay.
I'll turn my camera off. You can call me back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application 2025A21 submitted by Beard's Farm Supply Limited on lands municipally known as 1032 Horseshoe Valley Road East. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and the requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, June 16, and Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division dated June 16, 2025.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask I'll now turn the meeting over to Andy Karaskakis, Manager of Planning Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Karaskakis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minor variance application 2025-A21 has been submitted for lands located at 1032 Horseshoe Valley Road East. The subject property contains an existing building that is used as a farm supply retail store and a service shop on the subject property being operated as Beard's Farm Supply Limited. It is located on the north side of Horseshoe Valley Road East between lines 10 and 11 north. Subject property is zoned agricultural rural and is designated agricultural in the township's official plan. The applicant currently has the existing non-conforming building that is being used as the farm supply retail shop, as the business and the building has been in existence on the property for over 40 years, which predates the township zoning bylaw. The property currently contains the retail store, the office, service shop, a coverall building, and small accessory buildings, as well as the outdoor storage and display of the equipment. The applicant is proposing to construct two additions, a 3,600 square foot addition at the rear of the existing building and a 528 square feet addition at the east side of the building to allow for additional office space, storage, and workspace for the mechanics. The applicant is also proposing to erect an architectural entry feature at the front of the building without further encroaching in front of the building. So with these proposed additions, the applicant is seeking relief from the following sections of zoning bylaw 9795. Section 5.18, non-conforming uses, which requires the lands and buildings to be used except in conformity with the provisions of the bylaw as of the date of the passing of the bylaw. And the applicant is proposing to permit these proposed additions to the existing non-conforming use, as the property is zoned agricultural, rural, and township zoning bylaw, which does not permit a farm implement dealership. The image on the left hand of the screen shows an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in red. Mr. Chair and Committee, the proposed additions to the existing building is for the building located centrally on the property with the orange-red rooftop. So located at the rear of that building and on the east side to the right of that building. And image on the right shows a public notice sign erected in accordance with the Planning Act. The image on the right in the center of the screen shows the site plan prepared by the applicant of the proposed additions, again located at the rear of the building, which is to be set back approximately 30 feet from the rear property line, and the addition on the right side of the building, also outlined in red. The applicant also provided detailed site plan drawings, which shows the dimensions of the proposed additions. At the rear, it's approximately 48 foot by 80 foot wide addition with a couple of overhead doors. And the addition on the right is approximately going to be about 12 feet by 20 feet, 44 feet in length. And the applicant also provided the entry feature to be located at the front face of the building, just to give it a bit more visual prominence along Horseshoe Valley Road. So view of the subject property as viewed from Horseshoe Valley Road, the proposed building on the left side of the screen with a couple of the mature cedar hedge located at the front of the building there, and the coverall building located on the right side there. A couple of views looking east and west along Horseshoe Valley Road. And the existing building subject to the proposed additions and subject to the minor variance application. So the image on the left is the front of the building. The location on the right side, kind of where the tractor is, but kind of in front of that tractor is the location of the easterly, the side addition. The image on the right shows the proposed addition to be located at the rear of the property. A couple more shots looking of the property. So the image on the left shows the existing coverall building, and image on the right shows the view looking to the northwest of the subject property. Mr. Chair, Committee, planning staff have reviewed the applicant's minor variance application in the context with the 4 tests of the minor variance and are satisfied that the application meets these appropriate tests and are recommending approval subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis. And I ask the applicant, David Beard, who is registered to speak, if he has any comments to provide or anything further to add to the staff presentation. Mr. Beard, please.
Seems like you've done a very good job.
Oh, Mr. Beard is declining to comment further. Thank you very much, but he is here present in chambers. The committee members, do you have any questions for Mr. Beard? No, seeing none. Has anyone registered to speak to this either via Zoom or in person?
2 persons on behalf of the applicant had also registered, just to confirm if they have any additional comments. Deanna Davignon and Atine Davignon. Noted as to be in person.
Noted as to be in person. Are they present in chambers? No. Okay. Thank you. Does anyone else in chambers wish to speak to this matter? Okay. Seeing none, we're moving right along. Any further correspondence received during the course of the hearing?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing further has been received.
Thank you, Mr. Karaskakis. May I have a motion for this application, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by moved by Young, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended 1, that DS 2025-0672, Andy Karaskakis, Manager, Planning Services, read minor variance application 2025-A21, Beards Farm Supply Limited, 1032 Horseshoe Valley Road East, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025-A21, specifically to permit the construction of a 341.8 square meter, 3,680.0 square feet addition at the rear of the existing non-conforming building and a 49.1 square meter, 528.0 square feet addition at the east side of the building to the existing non-conforming building to allow for additional office space, storage, and workspace for the mechanics to expand the farm supply retail store and service shop on lands municipally known as 1032 Horseshoe Valley Road East, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-072. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments with regard to the motion itself? Seeing none, may I call the vote? All in favor? Motion is carried. I'd like to thank you both for making yourself available tonight, Mr. Beard, and congratulations on expanding. That's good news. With that, the application is complete and the hearing is closed. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. So thank you. So with that, we'll move on to item 6G on the agenda. The application is 2025A22. The applicants are Corey and Bianca Chabot, and the municipal address, is 65 Pro C Circle. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the minor variance application 2025-822, submitted by Corey and Bianca Chabot on lands municipally known as 65 Pro C Circle. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the minor variance application. Madam Deputy Clerk, any correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from Severn Sound Environmental Association, June 16, and Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, dated June 18, 2025.
Thank you very much. I now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the minor variance application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The subject property is located at 65 Prosy Circle. The property is zoned Residential 1, and it's located within the Craighurst Settlement area and is designated residential in the Township's official plan. The current use of the property is residential. Next slide. The applicants are proposing to build a detached accessory building, which is the garage. The applicants are seeking relief to section 5.1.4, maximum height, to be increased from 4.5 meters to 5.9 meters. Section 5.1.5, maximum lot coverage, to be increased from 5% to 5.3%. Section 5.1.6, maximum floor area, to be increased from 70 square meters to 108.7 square meters. Next slide. The photo on the left shows an aerial image of the property. The dwelling is located towards the front of the property, and the accessory building is proposed to be located in the back northeast corner of the property, just to the right of the pool. And then the image on the right-hand side shows the public notice sign that was posted along the road. Next slide. This is the applicant's site plan. The proposed garage is marked in red in the back corner of the property, and the applicants are aware that they are not permitted to add a second driveway entrance off of Prosy Circle to access the garage. Next slide. These are the applicant's elevation drawings. The applicants are requesting an increase in height and floor area in order to fit an RV. Next slide. These are the applicant's floor plan. They are not proposing any living space within the garage, as you can see on this image. Next slide. These are the views looking both east and west along Prosy Circle. Next slide. The photo on the left-hand side shows the view of the existing dwelling from the road, and the photo on the right shows the location of the proposed garage. You can see the orange stakes, you can barely make them out. They're on the ground marking the exact location of the proposed garage. Next slide. These photos show the existing vegetation along both the interior side and rear lot lines, which will help screen the building from view from the neighboring properties. Next slide. It is recommended that minor variance application 2025-A22 be approved as it meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and it conforms to and is consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies. All the recommended conditions are listed on this slide, and they're all standard conditions, and I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Now ask the applicant, Corey Chabot, who is registered to speak to the application, if he wishes to provide any comment or provide anything further to add to the staff presentation.
I'm available.
Mr. Chabot indicates he's available, but is satisfied currently. Committee members, do you have any questions for the applicant or Ms. McCarroll? Okay, seeing none. Was there anyone else registered to speak to the matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Karaskakis, was any communication received during the course of the hearing?
No, nothing further has been received, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, may I have the motion read, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. It is recommended that DS 2025, 069, Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, minor variance application 2025-A22, Chabot, 65 Prosy Circle, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025-A22, specifically to permit the construction of a detached accessory building, garage, with an increased height of 5.9 meters, 19.2 feet, an increased lot coverage of 5.3%, and an increased floor area of 108.7 square meters, 1,170.0 square feet on lands municipally known as 65 Prosy Circle, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-069. 3, that the applicants be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions with regard to the motion itself? Seeing none, may I call a vote, please? All those in favor? The motion is carried. Please enjoy your new home for your recreational vehicle. Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. This completes the application process and closes the hearing. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, we move on to, in 3 minutes, the next item 6L on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, we're live.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll continue with item 6L on the agenda. Application is 2025B13. The applicant is 1981242 Ontario Inc. And the municipal address is 24 Windstar Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the consent application 2025B13 submitted by 1981242 Ontario Inc. on lands municipally known as 24 Windstar Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and the requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the consent application. Now turn the meeting over to Mr. Andy Karaskakis, Manager of Planning Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the consent application and any written statement received from the applicant. But just before you go ahead, Madam Deputy Clerk.
If I could please note the correspondence that's been received.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Township of Oro-Medonte, correspondence has been received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, dated June 12, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, June 16, and Enbridge Gas, dated June 17, 2025.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Karaskakis, if you could proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Consent application 2025 B13 has been submitted for lands located at 24 Windstar Road. Windstar Road is currently vacant and is zoned economic development and designated employment area in the township's official plan. 24 Windstar Road is located on the north side of Windstar Road, east of Line 4 South, and is shown on the location map in that hatched area. This area is a little familiar because it was the lands budding to the west of this property at 22 was a subject of a minor variance application, and we'll see the tie-in between the two applications and the two properties. The applicant through this consent application, is proposing to create an easement over the vacant subject property 24 Windstar Road in favor of 22 Windstar Road, which has the existing industrial development, which was the subject of the minor variance application for the proposed addition to that building. And for the purpose of establishing a fire route access for the industrial building located at 22 Windstar Road. So if committee can recall, the minor variance application that was considered just a couple of items ago was to reduce that interior side yard setback to 4 meters. The fire route is required to have a 6 meter width access route. So the purpose of this application is to create an easement from the vacant lands at 24 Windstar to provide for that fire route access width in accordance with the Fire Route, the Fire Safety Act and the Building Code Act. So that's the purpose of the consent application, and it's located on the attached easement sketch, which was provided by the applicant. So outlined in the red hatched line is the location of the fire route. So it's located on 24 Windstar Road, and that easement is going to be in favor of 22 Windstar Road. And it's to accommodate the proposed addition to that existing industrial building at 22 Windstar Road and to provide for that required fire access route. Nothing else on 24 Windstar Road is to change. Both properties are owned by the applicant, so it's in favor from the owner to the owner, essentially. Again, views along Windstar Road looking towards line 4. And the image on the left shows the interior lot line between the built property at 24 Windstar Road, 22 Windstar Road on the left, and the vacant property 24 Windstar on the right. And the image on the right shows the existing industrial building located at 22 Windstar Road. And you can imagine the proposed addition to the existing building on the right side of that building, and the fire route essentially kind of working its way around the building to go on to 24 Windstar Road. A couple of images showing the proposed addition. Again, not subject to the consent application, but it's related to the consent application for the easement. And these images here show the views of the retained lands on 24 Windstar Road. The applicant has no intention of developing 24 Windstar Road at the moment, and therefore it's appropriate to provide for the access fire route easement in favor of 22 Windstar. Mr. Chair, planning staff reviewed the application, the consent application, along with the minor variance application, and also the applicant has submitted a site plan application to the township for 22 Windstar to facilitate the proposed addition to the warehouse. And having reviewed all three of those applications concurrently, staff are of the opinion that the proposed easement is appropriate. It provides for the expansion of the existing building and also providing for the required access route needed by the Fire and Building Code Acts. Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation. We are recommending approval, subject to the conditions outlined on the screen and in the staff report. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I now ask the applicant, Gerald Hetherington, whether he wishes to speak to the application or provide any further comment with regard to the staff presentation. Mr. Hetherington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further comment at this time, but I'm available for any questions that may come up.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Any comments from the members of the committee? Seeing none, I just wonder what the effect, long-term effect in terms of this employment lands in regard to its future use with an easement on it and the ability for either yourself or a future landowner to develop it. Could you comment on that, Mr. Hetherington?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you for asking that. 24 Windstar Road we retained because we have at the time we retained it, we had a 5-year plan to build another building on 24. We kind of hoped that the building that we built on 22 only 3 years ago would have gotten us to 5 years. Unfortunately, it didn't. We're growing pretty fast. The addition to lot 20 or to 22 Windstar Road would be adequate to get us through the next 3 years, but we're looking for a 30 to 40,000 square foot building on lot 24 in the future. The proposed fire access route would not disallow us to build that building because we would have it facing in a fashion that the driveway would be facing the other driveways. So I don't know if that's clear or not, but I don't know if I would want to say that the driveways would be shared, but they would be facing each other to allow the building to be at the other side of the property and towards the front more.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Yes, Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor, what do you manufacture?
I'm an importer of an exterior wood oil, and we sell it across Canada and the United States. It's called Q-Tech.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What kind of oil do you sell?
It's a wood oil for exterior decks, fences, siding, furniture. It's a product called Q-Tech. It's out of Australia. We bring it in tote format. We decant into sellable 1 gallon, 5 gallon cans.
And the proposed next building within 5 years or 5 years thereof, same thing?
Same thing.
Okay,
possibly manufacturing if we can get the license agreement to manufacture.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Hetherington. Any persons registered to speak to the matter?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay. Did anyone come to council chambers to speak to this matter? Seeing no one on that. Any further comments received during the course of the hearing, Mr. Karaskakis?
No, Mr. Chair, nothing further has been received.
Thank you. May we have the motion, please, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. It is recommended, one, that DS 2025-073, Andy Karaskakis, Manager, Planning Services, Reconsent Application 2025-B13, 1981242, Ontario, Inc., 24 Windstar Road be received and adopted. 2, that consent application 2025-B13 be approved to grant an easement measuring approximately 5.3 meters, 17.3 feet wide by 60.0 meters, 196.8 feet long, and possessing an area of approximately 317.9 square meters, 3,423.0 square feet over a 0.94 hectares, 2.3 acres, vacant industrial lot in favor of abutting lands to the west, 22 Windstar Road, for fire route access purposes, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-073. 3, that the applicants be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions with regard to the motion? Seeing none, may I call a vote, please? All in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Hetherington, and congratulations on the expansion of your business.
Thank you.
The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance. Oh, did you want to speak, Mr. Mayor? Okay. The committee wishes to thank everybody for their attendance and participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. Thank you very much. That closes the hearing. Mr. Mayor.
No, I just wanted to point out, we dealt with item 7A we got a little ahead of schedule earlier in the meeting, so I noticed Mr. Price came into chamber. Your item number 7A was approved. I don't want to, you're welcome to stay, but I know.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to address that item and talk to some of the conditions. I wasn't aware that it was going to get bumped up on the agenda, so I'm here to speak to it.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of the number of conditions that were recommended by staff, and I wanted to speak to the committee.
Okay, so then that's fine. I just didn't want you to sit here and then say, but we can come back and readdress it at that time then. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we move to item 6I, application 2025B12. The applicants are Eldon and Robin Ayers. Municipal address is 3065 Line 10 North. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the consent application 2025B12 submitted by Eldon and Robin Ayers on land municipally known as 3065 Line 10 North. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the consent application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division dated June 18, 2025, County of Simcoe Planning Department dated June 19, and Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority dated June 24, 2025.
Thank you very much for that. I'll turn the meeting over to Mr. George Vadaboncourt, Manager of Planning Special Projects, who will explain the purpose and effect of the consent application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Vadaboncourt, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to introduce the application this evening, and then Mr. James Hunter, the planner who is the agent for the applicant, is going to make a presentation on the purpose and effect of the application, and then I'll wrap up with the recommendation.
Thank you.
So public notice of this hearing was issued on June 16th, 2025 in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. Next slide, please. So the images on the left show the views along line 10 north. The slide on the far left is a view looking south, and the image in the center is the view looking north. The image on the right is the public notice sign posted on the property. So the consent application is for a farm consolidation, and currently the single-family dwelling on the lot to be retained at 3065 Line 10 North is proposed to be 1.03 hectares or 2.5 hectares in size, or acres, and the farm is to be merged with the property at 1095 Line 10 North. And that image is shown on the right-hand side. And this image shows, and you can't see it very well, but there's a very young coniferous trees all planted nice and neatly on the left-hand side there as part of the Christmas tree farm that exists on the two properties, 1095 and 1065 on Line 10 North. Mr. Chair, that concludes my introduction, and I'll turn it over to the applicant's planner agent to speak further.
Please. Thank you very much, Mr. Betancourt. Please state your name and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is James Hunter of Morgan Planning. So I'm here tonight representing the Ayers family for their committee application. Next slide, please. So just to follow up on the location of the subject lands. So this slide here provides a quick context. So we're talking about the east side of Line 10 North, which is just south of Horseshoe Valley Road. For those who know the area, this is just southwest adjacent of the Braystone Golf Club. Next slide. So we're speaking to two properties here tonight, 3095 Line 10 North and 3065 Line 10 North. So as I noted, they're the east side of Line 10 North, approximately 1 kilometer south of the Horseshoe Valley Road and Line 10 North intersection, as well as that is known as the Jarrett Settlement area. So if you're familiar with the area, the property is primarily used as the Ayers Christmas Tree Farm, which is great for the local community. And for lot statistics, 3095 currently has a frontage of 307 meters and an area of 49.7 acres. This property is developed with a residential dwelling, and 3065 Line 10 North has a frontage of 306 meters and a lot area of 49 acres. This one is developed with a single detached residential dwelling and accessory structures. Next slide, please. Just showing the subject lands a bit closer. So you're seeing the pink is representing 3095 and the yellow is 3065, the two properties subject to the application. Next slide. Just to touch on the application from a planning perspective, in the Oro-Medonte zoning bylaw, it is agricultural and rural, which is H/RU, as well as there is a selected portion, which is environmental protection. In the official plan, there's a split designation of agricultural and greenlands. Next slide. So as noted, we're here tonight for a boundary adjustment application. So what we're seeking to do is add 18.94 hectares from 3065 Line 10 North, which is considered the retained lands, and we're adding that to 3095 Line 10 North, which is the benefiting lands. So our objective is to consolidate all the tree farms and agricultural lands into one parcel, and it will also retain a residential dwelling on each lot. Just to highlight on it, next slide, please. So both lots will meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw, and essentially, in short, what we're showing here is the blue and yellow are the existing parcels, which will be consolidated, and then just the location in the top right showing the aerial is 3065, which will have the single detached residential dwelling and accessory uses in its own developed lot. Next slide, please. Again, just to highlight, so the zoning matrix that you're showing here demonstrates that both 3065 and the 3095 properties will both meet the zoning bylaw requirements. Next slide. With our application, there was a detailed planning justification report that reviewed planning, the Planning Act, the PPS, the County Simcoe official plan, the Township of Oro-Medonte official plan, and the Township zoning bylaw. So in this review, policies occurred and it demonstrated good planning principles. Next slide. Just to conclude my presentation, so we're here tonight seeking a boundary adjustment, which will sever approximately 18.9 hectares from 3065 Line 10 North, and that will add it to the adjacent property owned by the Ayers family, which is 3095 Line 10. Just to highlight, this adjustment does not result in the creation of a new lot, simply just the adjustment. And we're seeking to consolidate all lands and accessory uses associated with the tree farm into one parcel. Ultimately, what we will end up with those uses there, as well as each property will have a single detached dwelling. There's no future development, so just highlighting that the natural heritage features, trees, etc., will be maintained. And we believe that this application is consistent with all provincial, county, and township policy. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions directed my way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Committee members, any questions or comments with regard to this consent application? No, seeing none. We're a very quiet bunch tonight. Anybody registered to speak to this matter?
The applicant was also registered if they would like to provide any additional comments.
I don't have any additional comments. Sorry, Robin Harris.
Oh, please come up and just state your name and say the same thing again for the purposes of the recorded record.
Robin Ayers, applicant. I have no comments, just here if there's any questions or concerns.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
And again, there's no questions or concerns for the applicant, his agent, or staff. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Vadeboncourt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to wrap up with respect to the staff recommendation, staff conducted an analysis of the application based on the documents submitted by Mr. Hunter and can confirm that the proposed application conforms to the relevant policies of the provincial planning statement and the township's official plan pertaining to boundary adjustments. And staff are recommending that the application be approved, subject to a number of standard conditions that relate to a boundary adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any comments or questions with regard to Mr. Vadeboncourt's statement? Okay, seeing none. With that, may I hear the motion, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. It is recommended, one, that DS 2025-075, George Vedeboncourt, Manager, Planning, Special Projects, Reconsent Application 2025 B12, Ayers, 3065 Line 10 North, be received and adopted. 2, that consent application 2025 B12 to permit a boundary adjustment having a lot frontage of approximately 188.4 meters, 618.1 feet, a lot depth of approximately 644.6 meters, 2,114.8 feet, and an area of approximately 18.9 hectares, 46.8 acres to be added to the property located at 3095 Line 10 North be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-075. 3, that the applicants be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any questions or concerns with regard to the motion itself? Seeing none, may I call the vote, please? All in favor? All right, we're on a roll here. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayers, Mr. Hunter, and Mr. Vadeboncourt. This completes the application process and closes the hearing. Committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, anyone who has submitted written or oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we move on to item 6J of the agenda, application 2025B11. The applications are Hung Gao and Zhu Han. The municipal address is 1667 Ridge Road East. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the consent application 2025B11 submitted by Hang Gao and Zhu Han on lands municipally known as 1667 Ridge Road East. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a digital record. Only after comments are being received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the consent application. Madam Deputy Clerk, have you received any correspondence on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, June 16, and Enbridge Gas dated June 18, 2025.
Thank you very much. Now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the consent application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. The subject property is located at 1667 Ridge Road East. The property is zoned agricultural rural exception 15 and designated rural settlements in the township's official plan. And the current use of the property is residential and woodlot. Next slide. The purpose of this consent application is the creation of a new residential lot and an easement across the retained lands for access to the water pipe and well. The lands to be severed are proposed to have a frontage of 63 meters, a depth of 55.2 meters, and an area of 0.34 hectares, and is proposed to be used for residential purposes. The lands to be retained are proposed to have a frontage of 84.4 meters, an irregular lot depth, and an area of 18.9 hectares, and are currently a woodlot. And then the proposed easement across the retained lands for access to the water pipe and power cable for the existing well will have a frontage of 0 meters, a width of 10 meters, a length of 285.9 meters, and an area of 0.28 hectares. Next slide. The photo on the left shows an aerial image of the property. The lands to be severed contain the existing dwelling along Ridge Road East, and the lands to be retained contain the woodlot. And then the photo on the right-hand side shows the public notice sign that was posted along the road. Next slide. This is the applicant's consent sketch. The lands to be severed that contain the existing dwelling are marked in red. The proposed easement to access the well is marked in blue, and the lands to be retained are marked in green. Next slide. This is the applicant's consent sketch for the lands to be severed, which are proposed to have a lot area of 0.34 hectares. Next slide. As part of this application, we asked the applicants to provide a conceptual plan for the retained lands, just to demonstrate that the proposed severance of the lands that are marked in pink on this plan would not interfere with the future development of the retained lands. Next slide. These are the views looking both northeast and southwest along Ridge Road East. Next slide. This is a photo of the existing single detached dwelling on the lands to be severed, and this is the view from the road. Next slide. This photo shows the back of the lands to be severed, and then the retained lands are located in the distance close to the tree line. Next slide. It is recommended that consent application 2025 B11 be approved as the application conforms to and is consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township planning policies. All the recommended conditions are listed both on this slide and the following slide, and they're all standard conditions. And I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. I'd now ask the agent, Stefan Zezerbach, who is registered to speak, if he wishes to provide any comments or indicate if there's any further to be added to the staff presentation. Mr. Zezerbach, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can indeed. Thank you. And I hope I didn't
Thank you.
butcher your name too badly.
No, that's quite all right. Thank you. First of all, I drew short straw at the end of the agenda, so here we are wrapping things up. I wanted to thank Ms. McCarroll for her thorough report and presentation. I'm going to keep this very brief. Again, the purpose of this application is to create one new residential lot with an easement located in the Hawkstone Rural Settlement area. The staff report in front of you contains the proper planning analysis. I agree with the policy review and analysis, which is very similar to the planning justification report that was submitted with the application. Just a few positive points for committee's consideration. Obviously, the proposed development is included, as mentioned earlier, in this rural settlement designation. There are very similar land uses that exist in the immediate neighborhood. The proposed lot is in character with these existing uses, and the proposed severance does not impact any identified natural features located on or in close proximity to the subject lands. I share the opinions of your staff and agree that the application is consistent with the PPS. It conforms to both the Simcoe and Township official plans. Should the committee choose to support this application, the conditions forming part of this approval are typical and reasonable, including the submission of a future zoning amendment application to zone the lot for its intended use. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and I'm also available if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anyone else registered to speak to this application, Madam Deputy Clerk?
The applicant has also registered to, if they would like to provide additional comments.
Thank you very much. Did you wish to provide additional comments, sir?
I'm just here for our question.
Okay. The applicant has declined. Thank you very much. With that, any members, any questions of the applicant or the agent or staff? Seeing none. Any communications received on this matter during the course of the hearing?
No, nothing further has been received, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, may we hear the motion, please, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Hutchison. It is recommended, one, that DS 2025-070, Catherine McCarroll, Senior Planner, reconsent application 2025-B11, Gao and Hang, 1667 Ridge Road East be received and adopted. Two, that consent application 2025-B11 be approved to permit the creation of a new residential lot having a lot frontage of approximately 63.0 meters, 206.7 feet, a lot depth of approximately 55.2 meters, 181.1 feet, and an area of approximately 0.34 hectares, 0.84 acres, and to grant an easement measuring approximately 10.0 meters, 32.8 feet wide by 285.9 meters, 938.0 feet long, and possessing an area of approximately 0.28 hectares, 0.7 acres over the retained lands in favor of the severed lands for access to the water pipe and power cable for the existing well that services the dwelling on the severed land, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-070. Three, that the applicants be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments with regard to the motion itself from the committee? Seeing none, may I call the vote, please? All those in favor? The motion is carried. So thank you all for your work tonight, and this completes the application process and closes the hearing. The committee wishes to thank everyone for their participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regard to the application. With that, I understand that we may wish to return to item 7A. Do we require some sort of motion or action to do so?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion would be in order to recommend that the committee consents to allow the applicant to provide comments with respect to that consent application.
Okay, so
And two-thirds vote, please.
And a two-thirds vote. Okay, thank you. And may I call the vote on that, please?
Sorry, if I could have a mover and seconder.
Oh, right. Yeah, Shell and Hutchison.
Moved by Shell, seconded by Hutchison. It is recommended that the Development Services Committee consents to allow the applicant to provide comments with respect to consent applications 2025-B06 and 2025-B07, MASH Enterprises, Inc. and Price 1860 Ridge Road West and 4346-010-007-22200.
Thank you very much. Will you require my vote?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair?
Should I vote in this instance?
Your vote is always counted. Historically, the chair does not show the vote by the show of hands, but if there is a tie, your calling the question will determine your vote.
Okay.
So that's up to yourself.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
may I call the vote, please? All those in favor? Okay, we have our two-thirds majority. So we should proceed then.
Thank you.
And I guess with that, we could now call the applicant to the microphone. And Mr. Price, if you could proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for allowing me to speak to this. I have to apologize that I'm not 100% sure how the system works on a consent application when it comes to comments and concerns. Based on the fact that last meeting we deferred this because of meeting the conditions of the building department, which I think we've satisfied, and I wasn't fully aware of all the conditions that were going to be in staff's report for this evening's meeting. Although I concur and agree with staff's recommendation to approve this consent to move a property boundary on two existing lots, it is just that. We are moving a boundary on a survey. We have two existing lots that are there now, and all we want to do is clean up the boundary lines as you saw earlier on the screen. So what I would like to ask is that the one condition, and I'll read it, it's the condition of the consent approval is that the applicant will be required to sign a memorandum of understanding that will require the applicant to prepare a tree inventory report at the time of building permit application to determine if a butternut tree is found on the subject property. First of all, I'd like to speak to our friend and neighbor to the east that staff spoke to, that ambiguously said there might be a butternut tree on the property. I can assure you that there's not, but I will in future concede to a report. There's no issue there. But I don't see how that condition relates to a boundary adjustment. I am not applying for a building permit. I'm not applying to develop the lands. I'm just applying to consent a portion of lands to one property and a portion of lands to the other property to clean up a boundary adjustment. My biggest concern is that one of the final conditions is that all of these conditions have to be met within a 2-year period. Otherwise, this decision is null and void. And I'm not prepared to commit to developing that land within a 2-year period. So I think they're contrary to each other. I have consulted with third-party resources, and they concur with me that condition, that one condition of the tree inventory, it has nothing to do with moving property lines on existing lots. I'm not creating a new lot. I'm not creating a new property to be developed. So I would ask that committee respectfully consider removing that condition.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there any other condition that you have concern for?
I am comfortable with all other conditions that are in the report, and I will leave the 2-year condition in there, providing that tree report is not part of the condition.
Okay, thank you very much. And to staff, would it be the case that should the property be developed in the future and such application were made, that a butternut inventory would be required at that time?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to yourself and to the rest of the committee, the condition that's subject to this discussion is for the applicant to only sign the memorandum of understanding, which may require the preparation of a tree inventory. So by signing the memorandum of understanding fulfills that condition. If during in the future, when the applicant is prepared to develop on the subject property and it's been identified that there could be a butternut tree located on the lands, then we will rely on that signed memorandum of understanding for the applicant to prepare a tree inventory plan. So it's not required to prepare one now or within 2 years. By virtue of the applicant signing the memorandum of understanding that acknowledges that a tree inventory or an arborist report may be required in the future, by virtue of signing that MOU is fulfilling that condition.
Thank you very much. Does that address the concern?
I'm not in agreement with it, but obviously it's ultimately the committee's decision. I've just seen 2 consent applications not even bring in tree inventory concerns that potentially could and should include that. So I, for the sake of a friendly neighbor suggesting to staff members when they enter the property for inspection that there could be a butternut tree, I'm surprised that this is part of it. I would prefer that condition be stricken from. It has nothing to do with the consent of boundaries.
Okay, but notwithstanding that, the reason that you objected to the condition being there was that if you didn't do the inventory within 2 years, then this application would fail.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not the case.
Right, okay.
So I think it's not unreasonable for the request to be made.
So the memorandum of understanding is for me to, at the time of building permit, can you explain again to me what that memorandum of understanding is going to, through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, is going to require me to do?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Price, the requirement of the tree inventory report would be during, if it's been identified during the construction of the dwelling. So it wouldn't be at the time of building permit, because An arborist report is not required at time of building permit issuance, but if it's been identified through inspections or through constructions that there are butternut trees, then there are requirements under the province of Ontario to stop operation and to identify the tree and to report that. So, so not part of the building permit application process, but through the construction when that occurs.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. All right.
That meets my requirements. Thank you very much for your
Thank
time. I appreciate the,
No.
sorry for the delay in your meeting.
No, and we appreciate you coming forward because it's important that we all hear this.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price, and good evening. With that, we're going to move on to item 8 of the agenda, which is to announce the next meeting date. So for more excitement in the planning world, please tune in on August 6, 2025 for our next edition of the Development Services Committee meeting. May I have a motion to adjourn, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 8:22 p.m.
Thank you very much. Any questions about the motion? Sorry. All those in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. And Mayor Greenlaw, over to you for council following Development Services Committee.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I'd like to call to order the council meeting following the Development Service meeting of Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025. May we please have the motion to adopt the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shaw, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025 be received and adopted.
All in favor? That is carried. Is there any pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Councillor Schell?
Regarding item 6F, I declared a conflict on that, so when it comes to voting on accepting that section of the meeting, I need to declare again. So it may have to be...
That would be item 4B, Mr. Mayor, regarding the recommendations regarding item 6F.
Okay, so. Okay, and then that will be, he won't have to leave the room for that, just not vote on that. Is that correct?
That's up to the member of council if he would like to leave the room, but the motion will be split. So the recommendations will be approved with the exception of, and then item 6F will be separately done, addressed separately.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do that then. Thank you. Is there any other pecuniary interest to disclose at this time?
Nope.
Seeing none, well, if you do find at any point that you find you're in a position of a pecuniary interest or conflict, please just let me know at that time and we'll address it and deal with it then. May we have the motion for the draft minutes of the previous council meeting of July, what is it, the 2nd now we're on? Or no, sorry, June 4th, 2025, please.
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, June 4th, 2025 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Okay, and may we have the, oh, sorry, I'll call the vote first. All in favor? That is carried. May we have the motion to approve the recommendations of tonight's meeting, excluding 6F?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the recommendations of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025 be adopted with the exception of item 6F to be voted on separately.
Okay. All in favor? That is carried, and may we have item 6F, please, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved, 1, that DS 2025-072, Andy Karaskakis, Manager Planning Services, Minor Variance Application 2025-A21, Beards Farm Supply Limited, 1032 Horseshoe Valley Road East be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2025-A21, specifically to permit the construction of a 341.8 square meter, 3,680 square feet addition at the rear of the existing non-conforming building and a 49.1 square meter, 528.0 square feet addition at the east side of the building to the existing non-conforming building to allow for additional office space, storage, and workspace for the mechanics to expand the farm supply retail store and service shop on lands municipally known as 1032 Horseshoe Valley Road East, Township of Oro-Medonte be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2025-072. 3, that the applicant be advised of council's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion to go into closed session, please?
Moved by Barth, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 8:27 p.m. to discuss litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals, STRs.
All in favor? That is carried. We'll see everyone in closed.
Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise from close, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 9:40 p.m. and report on closed session item 5B.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 15B, please?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the confidential correspondence presented by Sean Bin, CAO, George Vadamoncourt, Manager Planning Special Projects, Andy Karaskakis, Manager Planning Services, and Legal Counsel, re-litigation affecting the municipality, solicitor-client privilege, short-term rentals, STRs be received. 2, that the matter be brought forward to a special council meeting on Thursday, July 3rd, 2025.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion for the confirmation bylaw, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-061, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025, be passed in open council on the 2nd day of July, 2025.
All in favor? That is carried. And may we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:41 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, and council will see you tomorrow.